Oh, no, no. No, 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 no. I'm not that stupid. Eh, so, the G, yeah, poi aveva letto e pull up, no, avete no, Simon side. Okay, request to join. Oh, so the people. No, mo che request to join. Eh, ok. Si ma poi come io, Felipe, no, che hai Felipe sulla. Presente. Please, I join, no? From there, Felipe. Piani poi, ma che te? Mi can attendi? E te la che mi can attendi, no? Sì, e dove, ci dite, presente, ora lì. Ho paura, ma ci niente più. Cioè, venivo da te. Mi stai prenotando? Mi stai aprendo? Sì. Io amo sì, ma ci dico come... Ok, poi. Avete questi...
Hello. Yeah, hello everybody. Thanks for coming. I think I'll mic someone else. So thank you. I just want to introduce Professor Simron Singh, who's come all the way. Who's a professor and University Research Chair, Faculty of Environment at the University of Waterloo in Canada. And he's going to talk to us about this concept of framework that he's one of the leaders in about thinking about our islands transfer energy the way that organism uses and transfers energy through its metabolism. So it's something that I've never heard before. I'm very excited to hear more. So thank you so much for joining us. If you're in Canada, I believe it must be like 3 a.m. here or something. So without further ado, I give the floor to Professor Singh for his presentation.
Great, thank you. Are you able to hear me? Okay, so far? Cool, excellent, thank you. And I guess you're able to see my, not yet maybe, not my screen yet. We'll turn that on. Okay, so. So I guess you're able to see my screen.
It's your slide.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, it looks, we can see it, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So, and you can hear me, so wonderful. So yeah, great. Thank you for the kind invite. I still have very fond memories of my short visit to Seychelles just a couple of weeks ago, I think, not too long. And I had amazing interactions with colleagues there at the university and other organization for with sustainability for Seychelles team and several other people. So really happy to be able to speak again and probably to a different audience this time. Thanks for those who have joined online as well from different parts of the world. So I'll go straight into the topic. And as you see, the title is Why Do We Need an Island Circular Economy? And I will be talking about a field of research, which is the socio-metabolic research. So I'll start with the big picture and then zoom into some of the island studies that I've been involved with. So saying humans currently need 1.75 Earth. So this is a very odd kind of a number because we have only one Earth. And what does that mean? So if I were in a classroom, I would, of course, put that question out there and have a conversation. But this means that we are using our resources at a speed faster than our Earth's biocapacity, that faster that our planet can regenerate. So we are actually putting a lot of pressure on our Earth's resources, and that's how we calculate that we need 1.75 Earths because this is not sustainable. When we look at some of the socioeconomic trends and Earth system trends, you will see, there is a certain pattern here. So on the left side, the orange graphs you see of different types of resource use, of population growth, income, investments, urban population. And on the right side, you see some Earth system trends that look at emissions, that look at how we are losing our species, forests, and also some of the biophysical changes of the planet. And this is called the Great Acceleration because you see, this looks like hockey sticks since the 1950s. So there's a trend that since the 1950s, you see that everything is, becoming a reinforcing loop. So there is a very rapid use of resources, but also in the socioeconomic area, we see certain trends that are also in parallel, looking like hockey sticks. So that said, unfortunately, the world is only 10% circular. So even though we are using the resources at a very high rate, we are not able to kind of have recycle those materials at the end of the life into the system. So this is a more recent study from UNEP that came out a few months ago, and you can see that the global extraction is around 100 billion tons, and it's pretty much a linear system, like a linear economy, where only a very small, percentage of the outflows that actually re-enter the economy, and that's about 10%. So that is not a great message. And what does it mean in terms of the sustainability? Means such patterns of resource use is creating pressures on our ecosystems, and they're often crossing safe thresholds. So some of you may have seen this figure from the planetary boundaries, led by colleagues in Stockholm Resilience Center and also other parts of the world. It's showing here that the green area is a safe operating space for some of those variables, like planetary variables, but these are exceeded. So the orange zone, you see, is really areas that we have exceeded. So pretty much we have exceeded all of the variables, and a couple of them are not yet quantified. So this is not a very good message either, and they're not. So these variables are not, let's say, are not in isolation. They are interacting with each other, and because they interact with each other, there is this complex feedback systems, and they are creating these complex risks as well. So this is a figure from IPCC last year, and you can see an example of complex risk where you have impacts on climate events that are cascading and how they impact different aspects of our lives, which is food, nutrition, livelihoods, well-being of small farmers. So you can see the cascading and the complex risks that evolve because of these interactions and feedback loops. So islands are sites of multi-hazard risk and cascade. So what does that mean? Is because of islands being tightly coupled socio-ecological systems like the Seychelles. So small events can set in motion a series of cascading impacts. And I will give you an example later of some of those in my talk. And so, things around waste, for example, how that can cascade to other environmental pressures and demographics and the economy and the marine system and livelihoods. So they're all connected. And so events like that, or even extreme events like flooding or landslides, how that can cascade very quickly across the system. So the island can come to a standstill because of a hurricane, because of an extreme event, and those tipping points can be reached rather rapidly because of those tight coupling, and they're amplified through these unpleasant feedback loops. So I lead a program called the Metabolism of Islands, and this is a network of scholars who are working on policy relevant research on islands. And how they are, and especially how islands are impacted by climate. So there's a website here. It's not fully updated, but if you wanted to go in and see the kind of work we do, here it is. What do we do essentially is we take a systems approach to island sustainability, and means we don't focus on one piece of the puzzle, but we are trying to understand how different aspects of island life, island socio-ecological system, they interact in space and time. So let me give you an example of a linear thinking, how one would ask the question. So we often get asked, how can we get rid of or manage waste, on the island? And this is an example of a linear thinking. And it kind of signifies the idea, how can we get rid of, or also we say, how can we get rid of poverty? It means as if poverty and waste were like an enemy, and we needed to get rid of it, or to manage it, or to bury it in the ground somewhere. So, but a good way to ask would be, if you're a systems thinker, you will ask, why does waste exist? So now, depending on the question you ask, the response will be different. When you ask, how can we get rid of waste, then we are thinking about like it's an enemy and we need to somehow, kind of remove it, put it away, kind of bury it somewhere. It's like a war approach. But when you ask why does waste exist, you have to go deeper into the problem of what is causing that problem. And it's a more systems approach rather than looking at symptomatic solutions. You're more looking at the root causes. So the socio-metabolic approach is rooted in systems thinking, and we take what is called an island as an organism analogy. So we say, okay, let's look at island socio-ecological system as an organism. What does it mean? It means that islands are like living organisms, that they're depending on resource flows to sustain, they consume resources and produce waste. So just comparing an organism here, a cow, you'll see there is some inflows, there's the grazing, the biomass, the water, the air, and then over time, there is some waste, outflows, and there is maybe some milk there. And similarly, comparing the metabolic process of a cow, we're looking at the socio-metabolic flows of an island here. So the islands, island would, in this case, import would import resources like energy, construction materials, food, but also extract domestically some of those resources that are available on the island. And then there is an outflow, there is waste, there is some export. A lot of the flows that are generated, these metabolic flows that are generated, they become stocks, means they become infrastructure. So I'll be using the word infrastructure and stocks interchangeably, and they are and these infrastructure are providing critical services to society. For example, if you build a road, you're basically providing a service which we call transport service, or if you build a university, you're providing an education service. So there are different services associated with different infrastructure / stocks. And a lot of those flows actually, are made to make this infrastructure or to operate or maintain. So a little bit more about stocks. So what are society, very important for the metabolic research. So one is the human population. So if you have more people on an island, you need more resources, very simply. You need more housing, you need more food, you need more water, you need more infrastructure generally. So more people is basically adding this part of the stocks. Also infrastructure. So the more we build through our labor, because we need resources to build it. So this is also our stock. Also livestock. So this is not wild animals that we go hunt, but if you are going to have industrial farming and you have livestock, this is also maintained through resources. So we generate flows to maintain these stocks. And then also waste. So if you have a landfill, that means you're managing waste. This is also a stock. And because these landfills require resources like people, other types of machines or tractors or those, those kind of machines to move the waste around. So again, as long as you need flows, resources to manage the stocks, so there's a feedback loop between the stock and flows here. So the basic idea is, as long as you need resources to maintain, if they have been created by society, and you need resources, energy, materials, technology to maintain those stocks, then they are really part of our system. So essentially, we can say socio-metabolic flows, they create, operate, and maintain society's material stocks that provide critical services. So this is a heuristic diagram of an island here. You see there's an island here in the middle, and then there's imports. So a lot of materials are coming from outside, which typically is the case for SIDS. They're coming, biomass, energy, construction materials, they come from outside. And then you have some extraction that's happening as well. And then you have exports and outflows, waste. So we can say simply, I like to use this figure because it is very communicative. It breaks it down in a very simple way. So what I do is we calculate our team in the input, we look at the put and the output. So and we know oftentimes that output is a function of input, that what comes out, depends on what goes into the system. But we don't often pay attention to the put, means that is the demand side, how is, because the input is influenced by the put. So it's what happens really in the system. And so one of the important focus of our work here is to understand the put, because that determines the input and the output eventually. Interestingly, only 25% of the global inputs become outputs within a year. So we saw about 100 billion tons of resources are, extracted, and but only 25% become outputs within a year. So means that a lot stay in the system. So how does that happen? That is quite important. But before I go into that, it is quite a huge number to say that 75% of the flows of global extraction is used to create, maintain, and operate the material stocks that deliver services. So that is a huge number, and so that's where our also, our leverage is. So how did that happen? And I'll give you an example of Male, the capital of Maldives. And so when we see that as economies develop, so let's say, a country becomes wealthy from tourism or oil, then there is suddenly a demand for essential services, but not only essential services, but also better services. So you need, better roads, you need better housing, you need better waste management systems, you need better education, better healthcare systems. And when there is a demand for these services, better services, they are effectively provided by stocks, means infrastructure. So you need to build those stocks, better roads or airports or ports or hospitals or education centers. And these stocks require flows. And sometimes in order to build the stocks, you need also labor. So labor is also a stock. Remember, I mentioned population is a stock. So I learned when I was in Seychelles is around quite a significant number of the population is actually labor that comes to the island to build infrastructure and work in hospitality industry. So suddenly you're adding more population to your country, which then needs more housing, needs more stocks, and they will generate more waste. So here you see there's a feedback system. Mali in 1950 and Mali in 2005, it's a very striking example. You see the land cover change, in 50 years, 60 years ago, you didn't see very much infrastructure or stocks. It was very sparse, concentrated to a small area. And now you see suddenly one of the most dense, kind of centers in the countries, urban centers in the world, almost 2,000 people per square kilometer. So this is quite dense, as you can see. And guess which system needs more flows? In 1950, because of that level of infrastructure, the requirement for flows was little. But now, because of the huge amount of stocks, which means infrastructure, also people and waste, there are more flows that Mali needs in order to operate, to maintain those stocks. So this is very striking. So what we are talking about is this dynamic feedback loop between stocks flow and service. So there's a lock-in effect, we say. And you see this kind of a cycle that goes that the more demand for services as economies develop, there are more flows required to create those material stocks and also operate and maintain them. And as you create more stocks, you're also increasing GDP, your economic growth is going on, and then you need more services because your wealth is increasing. And so you get into this reinforcing loop that is very difficult to get out unless we understand the cycle. So, or we try to understand the cycle and to break the cycle. So eventually, over time, we see, what can happen is that unsustainable patterns of resource use or metabolism can jeopardize system resilience. And we call it the socio-metabolic risk. So when I say unsustainable, this can mean both in terms of volume, so the quantity, but it can also mean in terms of quality, what type of resources that are being, what becomes throughput into the system. So just imagine human body, if we start to eat junk food and eat unhealthy, a lot of fatty food, processed food, fast foods, then over time, I mean, you don't need a lot of time, but the doctor can already look very quickly in a few years saying, well, your health report doesn't look very good. You are accumulating risk in your body over time. You have a chance of a heart attack or kidney failure based on your habits, on your lifestyle, and so you're accumulating. What is happening is that you're accumulating health risks over time, and you can be surprised in the future. So similarly, island socio-ecological systems, through their island metabolism, we call it resource use patterns as well, we are accumulating systemic risks in the system, and they can be subject to, when there are shocks. So what we're doing is we are jeopardizing the resilience. So a weak human, it's a human metabolism, or can make your body vulnerable to shock. So you can fall ill very quickly, or even over time, your resilience is compromised. So you have options. You can change your lifestyle. You can switch to more healthy diets, or you can take some artificial, means like symptomatic solutions. Take some medicines uh, to counter your cholesterol levels, for example, or these are symptomatic solutions you can have and keep going. But then over time, these symptomatic solutions, so just like steroids, can keep you going, but after time, they are still creating more vulnerability in your bodies. And you can be surprised by future shocks and future disease and illnesses. So just to compare this idea of the metabolism and the human health and island health. So to summarize, what is socio-metabolic risk is basically similar to circulatory health problems that are to humans. These, can be problematic in terms of constraining your ability to withstand future shocks and changes in the environment. What we find in our studies, and you would be also very aware of that from, coming from SIDS, many of you, is that they are oftentimes maladaptive and climate insensitive island development. So coastal squeeze or import dependencies, which are huge, poor waste management, undiversified exports, centralized energy systems. So some of those, we would say these are unsustainable resource use patterns or poor metabolism, and they create vulnerability in the system. So I'll give you some examples from our work. And this is Grenada in the Caribbean. And I'll show you, so we've done quite a few different types of analysis, but I'll show you basically focusing on the linear system kind of results. So this is looks like a linear economic system. So you see how the flow, how the waste is generated from these. So there's an input, so there are resources coming into Grenada, and then they're consumed by these different entities like households and the industry and tourism, different institutions, and also cruise ships are bringing waste. So there are these different entities, they generate waste, and then you can see how the waste flows. They move as you go towards the right. 60% of the waste coming from household, and the rest distributed across other sectors. And many of it goes to the landfill. Some, some don't. This is uncontrolled. But essentially, you will see it's a pretty linear system, and around 50,000 tons of waste per year is generated on on Grenada, and it is about the same in terms of population numbers, about the same as Seychelles, about 100,000 people. And so it's 1.14 kilogram per capita per day. So let's compare this with Seychelles. And I was looking at different reports. Now I found something between 2 to 2.35 kilogram per person per day in Seychelles. Again, I took into account that Seychelles also looks at liquid waste. The numbers, so on Mahé alone is around 83,000 tons of waste per year. And so I was calculating, but there is around 7% liquid waste. So I said there's a range here because 3 different studies were quantifying different types of waste. So I put a range here, which is quite high. Mauritius, which is not too far from Seychelles, is 1.17 kilogram, and they recycle 4%. Then you have the SIDS average, which is from UNEP, it's 2.30, which is close to Seychelles, and global average is 0.73. So just to get a sense of the waste from Grenada. Now, I will mention the Bahamas, and I just noticed that the lead author of the Bahama studies is on this call. Francisco, if you want to identify him, this is his work here, and so you'll see this is also a very linear system, and there are these imports, all this coming through. So this is the first mass balance study for SIDS for an island state. So we were looking at fully quantifying inputs and outputs and how they go through the system. And you will see that the recycling rate is less than 1%, very, very small quantity. So that's, again, a linear system that is not very sustainable. So another study we did was Caribbean Islands is that they're generating more than double electronic waste per capita as compared to global average. And although we haven't done the studies for other islands like Seychelles and in the Indian Ocean or the Pacific, which we intend to do, which we are starting, is that I wouldn't be surprised if it was similar, because a lot of the electronics that come onto the islands, they're not of very high quality. So poor quality electronics are coming in because of the pricing and transport costs. So what happens is that they end up in landfills rather quickly. And so it is not surprising that islands are generating more electronic waste than global average. And would be good to compare, of course, with more islands, but this is the Caribbean data, and Aruba is at the top here as from our cases. But this also has huge, economic value. So just in the Caribbean alone, you have $500 million of resources that are rare earth materials that are actually, you can say it's a mine. And if there was a facility to extract, a regional facility, there could be a circular, business case to be made here. So Caribbean is importing more than 80% of its food requirements, and this is over time. You see the physical trade balance, and you see there is a zero line here, and below the zero, the colors below the zero on the left side shows that the Caribbean was a net exporter of food. So it was food surplus, it had food surplus up until the 1970s. And then as you go to the 1970s, and then more recently, you will see that our numbers are actually above the zero. So the physical trade balance there's a deficit here. So which means that the region becomes a net importer of food from being a net exporter, from having food surplus to having food, you can say, deficit. So this is due to international trade policies where it was, there was a restructuring of the Caribbean economy where they put more of their labor force and their resources into tourism, into other industries, more in tourism, and they compromised their own agriculture sector, and therefore they thought it was cheaper to import because it was from the economy of scale, it was just cheaper to get food from elsewhere. And so that compromised, and now there are some severe issues in terms of food security. So also, and it's not in the Caribbean, many island nations have similarly overall, on average, SIDS are importing 60% of their food, and some import 80 to 90% of the food. So, for example, Seychelles. And waste is there quite high. In the Caribbean, if I remember correctly, it's around 25% of the food is waste. So I'll have to cross-check. It's from recollection from a study that I had looked at not too long ago. But the waste in Seychelles is around 3,000 tons that I read somewhere. So now when food comes from long distances, they cannot be fresh produce because they cannot be perishable foods. So they have to be either processed, packaged well, frozen, and that means they come with packaging. So a lot of the food that comes, they bring in a lot of packaging materials, plastic, boxes, and so processed food, also bottles, so you're not only bringing food, but you're also bringing a lot of waste that comes with the food. And apart from, nutrition is a big issue, but the other effect is, waste generation. So I'll give you an example. What does it mean? So waste is certainly a huge issue, and health is an issue when you have a system like that. But I'll give you one example of what happened to the Caribbean with the COVID-19 shock. And this was a massive survey of 25,000 people in 3 points in time. And just one data, and there's different colors. When you see different colors, the blue and the gray, it shows different points in time because the survey was done in over 2 years, 21 and 22. So you see, they asked basically the people, was there a time in the past 30 days when you experienced the following? And so 40% of the people in the Caribbean said, I was hungry but did not eat, which is a really high number when you can, very striking that I was hungry but did not eat. Then again, more than 40% said my household ran out of food, and then over 60% people said I was unable to eat healthy and nutritious food. So this was again during the COVID. So you can imagine that when you have a biomass system, a food system that is highly import dependent, and when there is a shock like that, how that will affect the food security of the population, how that affects the health, the future health and nutrition. So how was SIDS dealing with the waste? So I will just highlight just a couple of points because we published this article last year. If you want to Google that, the challenge of solid waste on small islands, proposing a socio-metabolic research framework. So we did a review for the last 20 years, looked at different islands and how they're dealing with waste. So I'm going to just point to you some of the key findings of the study. And so here they are, the dominant trends and approaches to waste management on SIDS. So first thing is that the island geographies determine their waste absorption and management capacity. So where the landfills are located and how big the island is. But oftentimes we find that it's poorly degraded land areas. They are used as landfills. But in some cases, dump sites were traditionally on sites on mangroves or coastal swamps, so at the coast. So I've seen, in my site visits, I've seen oftentimes landfills along the coast, which is not a very good location for putting waste because they are so close to the marine system. Then current infrastructure lacking certain engineering technologies, so not able to manage, certain leachate collection or being able to treat the waste, also manage the methane gas, and so you have more side effects from that type of shortcoming, that materials can be dispersed very easily when there is a storm or strong winds or rain. You can you can dispel the smells and the materials. It can go into the marine ecosystem. It can go into other ecosystems, and also grazing by animals. So the waste isn't consumed by animals as well around the landfills. So many islands have reached open landfill capacity, which is an issue also in Seychelles that we realized. And so you're expanding capacity. You have the Providence 2, which is now closed because of the fires. But yeah, so landfill capacity is a common issue in Ireland. We have seen in many places. and waste is often commingled. So separation, is not happening as effectively, and half of the waste in actually many SIDS, surprisingly, in Grenada, in Mauritius, in Seychelles, we have seen half of it is organic waste. So this is a problem because that can be diverted, and co-mingling is a common problem across SIDS. There are problematic waste streams actually that stay on the island because exporting is expensive, and like plastics and electronic waste and end of life and scrap tires and marine. So many of those things that stay on the island, and you can imagine that in a constrained space in a small area, that if the waste is staying, they are also creating other environmental problems. Firstly, the recycling rate is very, very low, and exporting is expensive. Plus, also many countries are refusing to accept certain type of waste. This is a trend that we find, the deglobalization of waste, that many countries are saying no to accepting waste increasingly. So what is happening is that over time, these type of situations are creating more metabolic risk. The dominant approach is end of pipe solution, means instead of looking at the inflows, how the waste is being generated, but the focus is so much on, just bringing it to disposal, to landfill, and creating more space for landfills. That is a dominant approach. But some places we saw in the study is that there was efforts to do waste to energy plants to create for heat generation. But while this, you can say it's a good idea because you're using the waste to create energy. But the problem is when you build a facility like this, then you need to sustain the inflow of waste, that you need to generate waste to create the energy, because then you are in a lock-in situation. If you remember what I meant with the feedback system, the stock and flow. So if you create a stock and infrastructure that is waste to energy, that means you need to maintain the inflow of waste to keep the system going. You are into a lock-in effect. Burning is common to reduce the volume of the waste. So when you burn, you just reduce. So you're basically creating more capacity at the landfills. So, but that can create health problems, as we know, health concerns, both for human health and also environmental health. So systems thinkers see the world as a collection of stocks along with mechanisms for regulating levels in stocks by manipulating flows. So the stock and flow thinking is how we see, and this is a quote by Meadows. Many of you would know, she's one of the leading systems thinkers globally. So she says there's more than one way to fill a bathtub, you see? And you can say that there are more ways. One is as long as the sum of inflows exceeds sum of outflows. So if there's more inflow and less outflow, the level of stock will increase, So you're filling up the bathtub. If it's the other way around, where the outflows are higher than the inflows, then the level of the stock is going to decrease. And when they're both equal, that the stock stays in dynamic equilibrium. Of course, not exactly, but more or less. So, and so if you see the Providence landfill on Mahe, the capital of Seychelles, as an overflowing bathtub, with inflows and outflows. So we see that the focus is where the focus is, there is more inflows and because there is less outflow there. So, and according to human nature, that we are so much focused on stocks than on flows. So now we're not looking at flows so much, but we're looking at stocks, means how can we increase landfill capacity? How can we build more stocks? So when we, buy things and suddenly at home, and especially in North American households, we have these big homes. And instead of thinking about how to get rid of some of the things we own, we tend to buy more room space, like more closets or bigger homes. We want to store them or we want to put them in the garage. So the thinking is so much about increasing storage space, increasing your stock capacity rather than thinking about the flows. So this is the common response by nature, is that you focus so much on the stocks by increasing landfill capacity. And so that is creating it's creating more complexity because the bigger the landfills, things get more complex because you need more human resources, more material resources to manage, more technological resources, you need more financial resources to manage. So we are not getting out of the problem, but we are just increasing more metabolic risk over time. So I was in Pralin and was able to also see the small version of a landfill there. And I was talking to the coordinator, the manager of the landfill there, and he told me something which was very, very striking. We had a great conversation in Seychelles there, in kind of Pralin. He says, "Don't open the door if you can't close it," And so he was referring to the cheap packaged and low quality imports that were coming at low cost, but at the cost of local producers. So now that the doors were open some decades ago, and now we have all this waste out there. So now it's difficult to close the doors because it requires a lot of government will if you want to go back, but also a lot of psychological adjustment to have less choices in how we consume our goods. So the problem is there is just too much put. And what we need is a put policy. So what does it mean? Why do we need to close material loops? Why is it critical for SIDS? And here are some very, very important points that I would like to raise here, is why closing these loops are important. Firstly, is this take, make, waste, this linear system is creating dependencies and vulnerability. Means you're getting more dependent on outside for resources, but also it's generating a lot of waste, which we just saw as this kind of linear system. And waste management is a major challenge on islands that are constrained with space. Second reason is the demand for materials is expected to rise globally due to population increase and influence in certain regions. So Asia, Africa, so lifestyle and consumer patterns is increasing in many other parts of the world, like in Southeast Asia, South Asia, Africa. So the demand for resources is also rising globally. And so there will be scarcity in supply expected. And more countries are thinking about localizing their resources, means not exporting because they want to meet the demand at home first. So we can call it increasing localization of resources trends. This we start to see as well. It's going to get more costly as, again, supply-demand dynamics here. So we are thinking about the prices being, global prices rising for resources, and not to mention transport costs. But also the disaster-related costs can be very expensive for small islands, and that will also mean drop in tourism revenue from extreme events. So when there's a shock for a couple of years, the revenue is lower, and so while imports are getting costly, also revenue is going down at the same time, especially with disaster events. Many countries are stopping to accept waste. I've been talking to colleagues in Mauritius also, and also in kind of Seychelles, is saying that many countries are not accepting certain type of plastic now. And what happens if Malaysia stops to accept certain type of plastic, or what will happen if India has a quota, but if that also goes away? So there is a lot of concern around accepting waste. So where does the waste go? So this is, we can say, the deglobalization of waste trends as well. And in addition, the demand for materials and energy resources are going to rise as there are going to be more measures to adapt to climate change, because adapting to climate change will also be resource intensive, or it needn't be, but many of the hard engineering efforts that are going on, building seawalls, grinds, and barriers, they require a lot of resources as well. So there is a demand as well to keep in mind. And one important reason is that it will be a missed opportunity for islands, because circular economy has benefits for society and for the environment. So we are rolling out this project called Recover, and this is a UK-Canadian funding project with Fiji, Maldives, and Mauritius. And what we are trying to achieve in this project is basically we will look at this metabolic structure profile of these islands. Where does the resources come from? Where do they go from entry to exit? We will also try to analyze the socio-metabolic risk in this metabolic profile. We will look at the distribution aspect of the risk. who's benefiting from a metabolism of islands and who is paying the price. So because not everybody benefits, it's not a win-win situation when you have a certain type of metabolism. There are people who benefit, but there are many people who pay the price, especially communities who live closer to hazardous areas like landfills. We would be interested to look at pathways, how to transform this, how to transform to metabolic pathways that are more efficient, more resilient, and adaptive. So we're looking at solutions as well, and yeah, how to improve quality of life at the lowest environmental impact. So these are some of the areas that the Recover is focusing on. And our strategies are basically five. That's my last slide, is to slim the put, the 5E strategies, and to increase adaptive capacity. And these won't be a surprise to you, given that I have been rambling about the problems, is how can you become more circular and more regenerative economies on islands, so become more localized in food, energy, and construction materials. How can expanding circularity principles not only be at a product level, like just to look at so like a recyclable bag or a cup, not to just thinking about, okay, I have a green bag that can recycle, but to think what does it mean for the whole island, and also between sectors. So also look at well-being contributions, achieving a higher quality of life at lower material use. Also, infrastructure is quite important. Changing your resource requirements. So through nature-based solutions. And finally, the justice perspective I just mentioned earlier is that there is that nobody is left behind, that the cost and benefit of island metabolism is equally distributed. So there are a lot of challenges, but there are a lot of efforts as well. And when I was in Seychelles, and there was this public talk or this event organized by Sustainability for Seychelles organization, I heard a talk by by Camille, and I learned that there are a lot of interesting efforts that are going on. And these are just some pictures I took during the talk. You can see some of those World Bank programs with Jeff. Then there's circular economy, roadmaps, and you have improved communication around waste, and there is this, like financing efforts with EPR, the extended producer responsibility. So there are all these efforts that are going on, but while these are these efforts, but the challenges are certainly enormous, and systems approach is extremely crucial. So my final thoughts about circular economy is just as a word of caution, is circular economy is not just about waste management and more recycling. Yes, it's important to manage the waste that's there, and it's important recycling, but it's only part of it. Circular economy is a systems approach to rethink the economy and retain the value of products and materials as long as possible. So you have to look at the put and the input as well, and not only focus on the output. The goal is also to reduce consumption levels, absolute levels, and not just to green consumption patterns. As I said, instead of using a plastic cup and say, I want to use now a recyclable cup for my coffee, I think that's good, but it is not enough. So the idea is to close the tap, in the words of Mervyn. So yeah, I will leave you at that. And there are a lot of resources if you want to follow up on this work. There's this open access book called Metabolism of Islands. And there is also a number of articles that we published by a team. So I'll just leave you at that, and happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh. Can you hear me? Any questions?
And there are quite a few people online as well, so feel free to also jump in.
Any questions from anybody online?
Just to kick off the discussion, I don't know if you can hear me, Professor Singh.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. If you would have suggest one priority thing for Seychelles to implement right now with regards to improving the metabolism of its island, so creating a more circular economy, what are some like actionable suggestions you have that can begin thinking about?
So, from a systems perspective, there is not always one. I mean, if you say the one action is to understand the root causes, and fine. But I know your question is meant differently here, uh, and there will be multiple strategies required. So, for, different times. But one I would say is half of the landfill materials or waste is organic. And to me, this is a low-hanging fruit, if I may say so. I mean, maybe it is not as easy as I think, but half of the material that get landfills is actually organic. And if that could be diverted, I think, and I know there is a World Bank project and there is efforts starting there. So I think that would be very commendable to start with, because this would really take care of half of the way. You could manage that in different ways. So apart from that, of course, many other strategies would be needed. That will, for example, that organic waste, it becomes compost. Increased food security means less reliance on import from food, and you get less packaging. So also to think about how waste is being created. So from there as well.
Thank you very much. Any questions from anybody online in the audience? Okay, well, then with that, I just want to say thank you very much, Professor Singh, for taking the time to give us this talk and present this really interesting way of thinking about islands. It's the first time I've ever been exposed to it. As a organismal physiologist that I study like the metabolism of fish, this idea makes perfect, the framework, I can grasp the framework completely as a biologist. So thank you so much. And I encourage everyone to check out Professor Singh's website. I was perusing it earlier. There's a wealth of information if anybody wants to read more. I think it's the metabolismofislands.com, something along those lines. It'll be in the bio. So thank you very much. Thank you so much for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's great. Great to know about your fish background. So I'm glad I could reach out also to you in that way. And thanks to everybody for the opportunity to speak to you all.
Yes.